All right, good morning, everybody. Hope everyone had a wonderful weekend. Restful, kicking off yet again another trading week. Good morning to you, Mr. Goldbug Dom, rising from the ashes like a phoenix. Yeah, it's definitely a good morning. Lots of profits. We already banked some profits this morning in the live trading group, selling and trimming a position in the pre-market. But let me just pull up one other thing here before I start. Oh, we're good there. Okay. All right, so let's just get everything opened here, guys. We have lots to discuss this morning. Everything is gapping up, and the market is surging once again. All right, coffee's full. We're ready to go, guys. Coffee is full. We are ready to rock. Logging. It's ready to rock and roll. Top gainers. We'll take a peek at that. NASDAQ. All right, guys. So massive move off of the lows in the S&P 500. This is why we've been accumulating on this dip and really buying on Friday a whole bunch of stocks. But basically, we are already seeing um, a huge move. We have the SPY 675 calls, which are already in the money. That is beautiful to see. That was again issued in the options trading group. We also secured some profits already in DataVolt, guys. DVLT locking in 24% gain. I still have half the position, runners with a stop loss in place, but sold half of my position for 24% already in the pre-market. So nice profits if you were able to secure that with us. But DataVolt did that beautiful long-term back test, breaking out, retracing back to the breakout zone and bouncing pretty phenomenally well off of the lows. Stoic saying, let's see where the market goes. The government shutdown hasn't been finalized, so we'll see. Yeah, we'll see. And one thing, with regarding the government shutdown, I mean, it's going to happen, guys. Eventually, they're going to resume, and I think the market's pricing that in. The market always climbs the wall of worry, and this is the one thing I was stressing. You know, even during this sell-off, we started getting a lot of panic. There was a lot of bearish comments, and I said, listen, this is the first sell-off from all-time highs. Typically, the market doesn't break down off of the first sell-off. You usually get a pretty phenomenal bounce, and then the market will search for either a lower high, which we could get, and if that lower high, if we get it over the next couple days or weeks or couple weeks, if we get a lower high, then you have a head and shoulders formation. But if we push right back up, and make a higher high, then the trend is still intact. So respect the bullish trend. It is the pattern that is in front of us. We haven't triggered any sort of bearish formation, but profits will be secured this week with a bunch of those longs that we accumulated. We also bought Tempest AI over the weekend or on Friday at the lows here. That's had a phenomenal bounce to the upside. We accumulated Rocket Labs, buying in some shares at that sub 47 area, pierce of that long-term trend line. So that was a really good addition to the portfolio, already ripping on that trade. And then obviously I've been touching base on Meta, building into a position with Meta. This one's a little bit trickier, but nevertheless, I do think Meta can catch quite a nice bid off of the lows. We'll just have to watch that carefully. All right, so right now your NASDAQ QQQ is absolutely mooning in the pre-market up 1.5%. What a phenomenal bounce, guys. You can see the QQQ is still underneath that 7-day moving average. Your S&P 500 is really testing, and it is above that 7-day moving average. So we'll see what happens here, but market is showing resiliency as of now, busting to the high side. I do have some interesting levels that we need to be taking into account. Let me just see something here. All right. We'll jump into the pre-market scan here, guys. So already banking some profits. All right, good. My mic's not on mute. All right, Mr. Dom sees gold is absolutely ripping here. So gold making a move to back to that 4,100 level. This is simply just a back test, guys, of the breakdown trend line. Although it looks very strong, like it's going to push higher, and there's a strong chance of that, just be careful that this isn't a liquidity sweep. Gold has the backdrop of the US dollar. The Dixie has pulled back over the last couple sessions. That's one of the main reasons why gold is still surging. And then simultaneously, interestingly enough, you've had the yield market gap up again on the session, but there's a bit of a disconnect going on. And the disconnect is really the Fed watch tool. The Fed probability of another rate cut has swung massively in favor of yet again another rate cut, despite the yields have moved up. So gold kind of sniffing out loose policy. Perhaps it's also sniffing out the $2,000 in stimulus checks that are set to come. But we got to just be careful that this isn't sort of a big dead cat bounce. It's looking very strong. I would like to see it hold that 20-day moving average. If it can hold that 20-day moving average, then gold can easily push for back to the all-time high. So again, this is the first sell-off from the all-time high. Just like the markets, it's the first sell-off from the all-time high. Gold is expected to get a really, really strong bounce, which is exactly what is happening. Okay. Natural gas had a wonderful gap up in the futures market. It is getting faded off of the highs. It's still up about just under 1%, but definitely looks like a little bit of a blow up top move in the futures. And you can see the last 4 hours have been liquidated. I do anticipate nat gas is going to get a bounce. This commodity is just a beast. And believe it or not, nat gas has triggered a weekly chart breakout. Does it need some backing and filling? Absolutely. I was putting in the chat yesterday this golden cross, and I did actually a special video on it a few days ago on YouTube. But natural gas triggering that golden cross where the 50 and the 200 intersects in an uptrend. If you don't know how to trade golden cross, I suggest you watch the video. But nevertheless, the medium to long term signal is bullish. The very short term, when the golden cross occurs, you get that sell side pressure, which is kind of what we're seeing right now. But I think that this is going to be an asset that people buy the dip on once it does a little bit of backing and filling and shakes out some of that weak hands and kind of the shorter term swing trading profits. All right. Crude oil, WTI this morning is trying to work itself higher. Crude oil does not look bad for a long. I think that there's a pretty defined risk here. If you're wanting to trade the actual commodity itself, WTI, I think that, off of this gap window, you got a low pivot. I think the risk to reward makes sense here. I mean, you look at this risk to reward, there's about a 7% move to the 200 moving average. And then if you were to have a tight stop loss, call it a 2% stop loss at the low there. So you almost got just over 3-to-1 risk to reward ratio, which is pretty decent for this commodity. So crude oil not looking too bad. Of course, last week when I was doing my sector review, energy, right, looking pretty solid, XLE. While the market was selling off, this sector had a phenomenal push back to the high side. All right, let's keep going through. What else are we? We're going to touch base on uranium real quick. URA still bouncing pretty sharply off of the lows. Let's look at silver. Silver trying to bounce off of the lows. Let's quickly take a peek at copper. HG1, copper futures. Where are you, copper? HG. Yeah, copper futures are up nicely on the session, trying to grind itself higher. All right, let's go through some of the big movers here this morning. What are we? 901? 901. 901, 901. All right, we got Fix, Celestica, ticker CLS, still showing resiliency, bouncing pretty sharply with the market. Most stocks are up this morning. There's a few weakness spots in the market that we'll touch base on. Plug Power this morning. is seeing quite a nice bid. Plug does have earnings, so we'll see how that one wants to shape up. Quanta Services, Kinsale, PKR. All right, there's nothing to do. TSM getting some volume. Okay, okay. Maple Bear, ticker CART, seeing a nice little push here in the pre-market. Sunrun, seeing a nice little push. Cell H, so Celsius, guys, getting a really nice bounce off of the lows. Again, this was getting pretty stretched to the downside in the very short term. Can it go lower? Yes. Did it hit a major level? Yes, it did. It pierced the 200 daily moving average. And then it pierced the 1 year. This is that green MA. It pierced the 1 year moving average. So pretty extraordinary sell-off in Celsius off of its earnings. But I wouldn't be surprised to see this one still chop around for a little bit and maybe go a little bit lower. MP catching a nice bid this morning. You got quite a bid underlying bid and continuation in some of these rare earths. So UAMY trying to work itself higher in the very short term. We'll see if that one can push itself higher. Interestingly enough, after hours, we've got ASTS set to report earnings. So again, I'm long Rocket Labs. I'm already in the money quite nicely with my Rocket Lab shares, buying on Friday low. Right now, we're up over double digits, call it 15, 16%. So that is good to see. That is in the investing group. We've bought common shares. So good job there. I've been looking at building into a position, guys, in Novo Nordisk. I was hoping for a double bottom pierce. We might still get it. I mean, you did fill that daily chart gap down below, which is pretty incredible, that earnings revision gap down. So they did fill it, but I really thought they were going to sweep that key pivot low and stop people out. But I mean, Novo Nordisk for leaps look pretty solid in my opinion. Same thing with UNH. UNH has had a nice pullback. They are defending a breakaway gap. So this isn't a bad area. I was hoping for a little bit lower on UNH and we might get it, but I mean, a gap down this morning, guys, I could see UNH going green today, making a nice red to green reversal. Um, you do have some weakness in some healthcare names. CNC gapping down this morning. You got Sotera Health, SHC gapping down. So the whole entire healthcare complex is actually quite weak. You got Tenet Healthcare, THC gapping down this morning. You got HCA gapping down this morning. You got MOH gapping down this morning. So what's really fascinating, guys, about all of these healthcare stocks, ELV, a lot of these components make up XLV, and believe it or not, XLV looked like the most bullish sector on the close on Friday. You look at this weekly setup on XLV, and look at this tight bull flag on volume, trying to break out, and now you got healthcare gapping down. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is a little bit of an attempt to allow bigger funds to build into a position, kind of that one last buy the dip hoorah. So believe it or not, UNH is actually a top watch of mine. I don't mind it down here. I'm considering a day trade today and maybe a swing trade, but you're back testing a retrace candle back into this gap. I mean, there is a ton of support here. I'd be surprised if UNH doesn't catch some sort of a bid off of this area. I'd be very, very surprised. Let me just mark some of these areas again. All right, what else we got going on? Nothing to do there. Let's look at some other top losers in the New York Stock Exchange. Again, it's healthcare complex, guys. HCA, Tenet, Elevance, Universal Health, Molina, United Health Group, Cigna Group, Humana. Yeah, so all CNC, all of the healthcare stocks are pretty weak on the session. Even Oscar, guys, look at OSCR. Again, that's another retail traded healthcare name. Oscar gapping down this morning. So nice gap down on Oscar, actually. Really, really good gap down. I wouldn't mind seeing Oscar go down to 15, sub 15. Sub 15 guys on Oscar would be pretty ideal to me. All right, let's see what else we got. NASDAQ. Those are your top gainers. Cogent Biosciences. Wow, wow, wow. Seagate doing well, Coinbase doing well, Micron doing well, Meta doing well, Hooks doing well, Metspace, Movana. AppLovin doing well. So again, tech bouncing pretty sharply, guys. Oof, look at MNDY. It's Monday. The stock is gapping down. Monday doesn't like Monday, guys. Monday does not like Monday. Look at that. MNDY. Monday gapping down on a Monday. It's friggin' damn. That's a nasty little breakdown on its earnings. Was it earning that bad? Oof. Nasty. That's a head and shoulders, knees and toes formation, guys. I mean, we going lower. I mean, we're gonna get an oversold bounce, but the downside target takes us to about 132-ish. 132-ish. Let's look at the weekly chart. Yeah, that's right into a massive gap fill down here. Oof. That is a big gap fill on the weekly chart. It's not a daily gap. It is a weekly gap, guys. That would be a nice spot to scalp long. If we were to flush into that area today, I would trade the heck out of that name. Did we touch it? Coming down. We are coming down, guys. So that's actually on watch for a scalp long. I don't mind it down there. MNDY. All right. We'll keep that name on watch, and I like that level a lot, so I'm going to put just a little alert before that zone. MNDY down double digits, 19.9%. All right, what else we got? Intuit down. Granite Shares ETF down. Surgery Partners, ticker SGRY, down 14.56%. Market cap 2.36 billion. Only about 7K volume. Pretty small volume. Motorcar parts, that's down. Costco down. BioCell Therapeutics down. Excuse me. All right, let's see some unusual volume trends. Treehouse Foods seeing 1.37 mil shares up sharply in the pre-market. Treehouse ticker THS. Oh, this is an earnings pop. Ripping though. Big pop. Interesting. Uh, oh, nice move on DEO, guys. Diageo. This is another position we've been building into on the long side down here, and they did that big shakeout, fake out, gap down on some revised revision of their earnings, but this stock has just been pummeled, guys. I mean, look at that decline on ticker DEO. You've swept the COVID lows. To think that this company is generating more money, way more money and profits, but it's trading sub its COVID low. That is capitulation. Yeah, I am bullish, Colin. I was bullish Friday. We were buying the dip on about 5, 6 new positions, S&P 500 included. We took the 675 calls. So again, is a lot of the risk to reward now taken out of the trade with this big bounce? Yes, it is. Would I be buying the dip right away? No, I wouldn't be buying the dip. The dip should have been bought on Friday, which is kind of what we were doing, off of the 50-day, off of this volume shelf. But we could easily bounce back to the highs. That would not shock me. But yeah, DEO, guys, Diageo, big bounce. I don't know what the bounce is. Let me just check the news. Oh, okay, a CEO transition. So Diageo shares trading half the company announced a CEO transition. Okay. Good stuff. Rip it, Diageo. All right, so that's seeing unusual volume. Pretty bullish price action so far in the pre-market. What else do we have going here? More unusual volume in the NASDAQ. Let's just see if there's anything worth mentioning. Not, not really seeing anything else on the NASDAQ. All right, let's go to some of our most active stocks now. Sable Offshore Corp up 28%, SOC, Pfizer, Green Surf. BBAI is going to be an interesting one, guys. BBAI did hit some massive support levels, big bear, and you also backtest the daily 200 moving average, bouncing quite nicely. BBAI has earnings after hours, guys, so just be aware of that. Just be aware of that, okay? Oscar, that's down. Trios. Quantum stocks are kind of mixed. You do have some quantum names reporting earnings. SMR nuclear stocks doing quite well. MP Materials, Venture Global, QuantumScape. That's still looking constructive. APLD, still looking constructive. ENVX, trying to bounce a little bit. Let's look at Archer. Archer Aviation got that big bounce candle and huge volume on Friday, getting a little bit of follow through today. SE catching a small bid. Trade Desk catching a small bid today. Interesting. Tempest AI, nice bid. All right, let's go to some of our NASDAQ stocks. BYND, Plug Power, Strong, Strive. Most trades on the NASDAQ. IONQ is actually seeing some sell side pressure. Go figure, IONQ is down a little bit on the pre-market. Considering there's weakness in the healthcare complex, HIMS is actually doing well. It's bouncing a little bit. Let's look at some China names. Alibaba trying to bounce after that 7 and 20 bearish cross. JD trying to bounce a little bit. PDD still looking pretty decent. TME, that one's had a nice fall, undercutting some key moving averages. BEKE, this one I believe has earnings after the bell. So there's a lot of China names, guys, that will start to report over the coming sessions. BEKE is not bad, very oversold down here. It's had its earnings report, so that's kind of been shaken out of the way, but China can be very volatile into its earnings. You just never know. Let's look at BE, Bloom Energy looking like it's going to press for new highs. A-Lab looks like it's going to press for new highs. Nvidia this morning is ripping to the upside with the entire market. Tesla still looking pretty solid, defending that 50-day moving average. Amazon bouncing pretty sharply. Google still holding some positive structure like it can move higher. What else do we have? Mega caps. I feel like I'm missing one. Just Apple. Of course I'm missing Apple. Apple also bouncing pretty sharply this morning. So again, guys, from a day trading perspective, off of gap ups, it's tough. It's very, very tough to trade. You know, we took some profits on Data Vault this morning off that 199 area. You can see it's pulling back slightly, still ripping in the pre-market right now. But we definitely secured some profits when it was ripping to the highs. Now, if we look at the crypto market, Bitcoin has had a nice continuation follow through. This is another sector, our asset class that we have been accumulating. We've bought in some BITO just recently. We've also been building into a nice core position in MicroStrategy. You know, we got some upside calls in Mara, MARA, so we'll see how those want to shape up. If we look at Palantir this morning, PLTR, still trying to bounce pretty sharply. I still have my day trading position in Dash, guys, off that 202.25 area. How I'm going to trade this one, you know, I was tempted to take some profits, but I'm just going to keep a little bit of a break even. I did trim half the position, but I'm going to keep a break even stop loss at that 202.25 area. So we still have some long exposure in Dash, but it's been a nice bounce. So the stop loss is still at break even. Still holding some Elf Beauty. This one's gone a little bit deeper than I expected. Getting a little bit of a bounce this morning. I'm still down on the position, but I don't mind it down here. I still think you can get a decent bounce back to call it 88 bucks, 88.50, and then we'll have to see what type of formation settles down here. But I'm still long this stock with some day trade common shares, so I'm okay sitting on that one. I think what we're going to be doing in the options group today, guys, I think we're going to pare back our SPY calls. We're going to take some profits on our 675 SPY calls. If you're in the options group with us, you've been getting those options to accumulate SPY. 675 November calls, mid-November calls, November 21st to be specific. So I think I'm going to pare back the position this morning, trim a little bit of profits, keep stop loss at break even, and hopefully we get a continuation move back higher. You know, I was talking about what type of formation and stage we're in, and I did the video, and honestly, you know, I think we're going to see some sort of a big pierce of that 7-day moving average today. I think they're going to run it up a little bit, kind of like we saw over here, and then maybe put us through a little bit of distribution. What else can we do? Jeez. Oh, I can't believe our calls are almost in the money here. Jeez. What else we got? So, I mean, really the only stock that I think is worth trading today is UNH. I think there's a buy the dip. And then what was the other stock that was gapping down this morning? It's escaping my mind already. My coffee has not kicked in. It was. Why can't I remember that now? What was the stock? I just mentioned it. Oh, Monday, MNDY. Yeah, this is another stock, guys, on the long side. If it can get down to this gap fill, so call it, you know, sub 141, I would trade on the long side. But it's definitely in a short to pop mode, MNDY. All right, nice gap down this morning. Very bearish. Other than that, guys, I mean, I don't see the market being a short yet. If we look at the S&P 500, this has some room to bounce a little bit more today. You know, you're just testing that 7-day moving average, but I think what we have to look for is the QQQ, I think needs to be at least above its 7-day moving average to consider a short on the SPY. So SPY right now on a technical basis is challenging its 7-day already, whereas the QQQ NASDAQ is just slightly below its 7-day. So you got to watch both indices because I do think the Qs can push back above its 7-day moving average. You know, if we look at some of these Fibonacci retraces, so the Qs are above the 50. I mean, I would at least wait for that 618, which is 622.28. If we look at SPY, let's see where the SPY fib is. You know, 678 is where we're probably going to push to today. That would not shock me. So maybe a short off of there. And again, if we look at how this market is set up, very similar to kind of this phase here, where you have a big bounce, a lot of chop, you know, then a sell off the following morning, then you get gobbled up, then you gap up, big sell, another gap down sell, big reversal up. So this is where they get people to chase gap ups and they chop you up and out. I mean, it could be very choppy, right? But structurally, we are set up to, I think, push a little bit higher intraday, and then maybe we see a little bit of selling into the afternoon. I'd be surprised if we see major selling off of the open. It could happen, but I'd be very surprised. I don't think we're going to see too much selling off of the open. I don't think we're going to gap and crack. Even though there is daily chart resistance here, I think that we're setting up for potentially another little intraday push and then maybe some selling in the after hours or the afternoon session. Oh, what else do we have going on right now? Let me just take a peek. So yeah, healthcare sector's negative in the pre-market right now, guys. Consumer staples is negative in the pre-market. So if they buy those two sectors up this morning, it should push the S&P 500 higher. So I'm looking for those names to potentially go green. XLK obviously is very strong in the pre-market, up 1.84%. That's your strongest sector. What else? Then you have XLY, consumer discretionary, also ripping. That's up 0.97. Communications up 0.8. So your three tech stocks, XLK, XLY, XLC, those are your three strongest sector, which is basically your whole entire tech complex, ripping in the pre-market. Yeah, pretty much everything is doing well, guys. I mean, very few and far between stocks that aren't doing quite well. Lots of green out there. Micron ripping, open doors catching a bid. Drone stocks are catching a decent bid this morning. Nvidia ripping up 3.34%. Super, super impressive. All right, let's settle in here. What do we got? 6 minutes till the open here. 6 minutes. You can see on the SPX, guys, there is a 10-minute inverted head and shoulders that did trigger, or it is triggering today. If you take this upside target off of this 10-minute SPX, you can see that there's potentially a move all the way back up to 680, 6820 on the SPX, which would obviously push SPY higher as well. So keep that in mind. A bullish formation has triggered. All right, so we got SPY and SPX open here. I'm watching a few other names on my chart. I've got UNH on watch for potential long as well. Uh, we'll watch some of the high volume names. I'm looking at taking a little bit of profits, guys, off of my SPY 675. So just a heads up. Just a heads up. That's the options group where we'll look to secure some profits. All right, markets are gapping up. SPY over the 7-day. SPX trying to push here. Rocket Labs, Tempest, Datavolt all seeing strength. UNH trying to get a buy program. SPY still pushing higher here, guys. Beautiful price action in the main indices. Trim half of my SPY calls, my 675s. Bang, bang. $9.50 there. $9.50. Closed half of my SPY calls, guys. Can see the SPX is into a little bit of resistance. So stop loss at break even. So trimmed 45% on my SPY calls. Beautiful job if you caught that with us. 45% gain, locking in SPY calls. Elf Beauty trying to make a little bit of a push here, interestingly enough. Elf is trying to get going. What else do we have? Tempest AI still strong. Dash still up. All right, we still have the SPX pushing. Stoic looking at shorting Rigetti. Be careful. Be very, very careful. Some quantum names have earnings after hours. And the way the market is gapping up this morning, you could see some bullish price action. So just be very careful with that. Palantir strong up 4%. Snapchat green. Biff Farms. Grab. Intel. Tesla. Ondas being faded. Nat Gas going negative. Crazy. See some of these other names. A little bit of topic distribution. You can see SPY still over that 7-day. Acting well. Nat gas stocks are seeing some strength. Yep, big candle on ELF. That's right. ELF. Seeing a nice push this morning. Up 7.61%. Still needs to go a little bit higher in my opinion. This one can squeeze this morning. But definitely getting some nice flow and price action. Dash is being faded a little bit. I have stop loss in place. But we're still long Dash. DVLT, it turned out it was a really good profit in the pre-market. We sold at $1.99. Look at SPY. SPY, I still think can get to that 618, guys. Daily chart. You know, you might get a pullback back to the 7, but I'm expecting a really big bounce off of that first pullback on SPY. It would not shock me to see a really big bounce off of SPY. UAMY is negative. Meta is still holding steady. Trade Desk acting very, very well today, guys. TTD, that's up 4%. ELF up 7, Dash up 1. Interesting. Archer up a couple. A little bit of distribution in certain names. You do have some red on the screen. Micron strong, Western Digital, Open Door strong, Lululemon strong, Snapchat strong, Nvidia is still ripping, Ethereum just slightly green, Bitcoin up 1.18, UNH getting a nice buy program off of the lows. We are seeing that. Cabin's all out of ELF, nice job. Nice job there. I'm still going to give it some room to run. But nice job securing profits. No one ever went broke from taking profits. So nicely done. DoorDash still trying to make a little bit of a push here. Nice price action there. SE ripping. SPY and SPX are still holding structure. If you look at the SPX, guys, daily chart, you are trading into this little bit of an upsloping trend line. But that 10-minute bullish target, guys, is up here. So we'll see if they want to give us a pullback at all. But our SPY call is absolutely printed, guys. Good job if you were to accumulate that. ELF is still moving. Meta coming in a little bit. Rocket Lab strong. Temp is strong. FI going green. Ford's negative. SoFi up 5.75. Interesting. Big Berry I up a couple percent. Plug Power up 5.6. So the market's still holding some bullish structure. Wow, our 675 SPY calls are absolutely ripping, guys. Ripping. Rip, 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 rip. Palantir absolutely ripping. Up 4, almost 5% on PLTR. Craziness. Natural gas getting sold into here. Tesla still having a good day. Meta, some slight selling. Nvidia is still mooning. Holy moly, look at this SPX and SPY bounce, guys. Again, we're coming into target. SPY 678, it's a big Fibonacci retrace. Whoa. We haven't even had any pullback yet. It's been straight up in the market, guys. Absolutely straight up price action in SPX and SPY. Amazing. Amazing price action. This is kind of what I was trying to prepare people for on Friday. A lot of bearish comments. We were buying the dip in force, and that proved to be a really good buy program, hence the market capping up. I mean, look at that move. All right, guys, I'm taking my SPY calls off the table. $10 at $10 here. I'm going to take my SPY calls, all of them, my 675s. $10, guys, on my SPY 675 calls, all out. Beautiful job if you caught that SPY long with us. All out of my SPY 675s. Beautiful job. You can still get a decent exit there. SPY's coming into an area, an interesting area to short. It's aggressive. SPX still has room to run. I drew this parallel channel on, guys. You can see this parallel channel on SPX, pivot high to pivot high, right along with that TP target. So that is a shortable area. I'm hoping it gets there. That would be a nice move. Don't know if it will, but I'm hoping. Really, really hoping. Elf Beauty still up 7. Palantir still ripping. Natural gas resource stocks are still holding steady. Natural gas is trying to bounce a little bit. But great job. 53% gain on our SPY calls, guys. I would look to re-enter that trade, guys, off of a pullback. Stunning bounce. Just to think how long it took us to sell off to this area, and then just in 2 trading sessions, boom, pretty much. Wow, you're hitting that Fibonacci level. Look at the S&P squeeze here, guys. Squeeze in. Holy moly, man. That is a filthy, filthy bounce in your S&P 500. The power of a bull market bounce. This is ridiculously strong. Crazy. I'm even scared to step in front of this with the amount of chasing that's likely occurring now. Whew. Absolutely impressive for sure. All right, so there is a big resistance here, 618. Again, I don't know how much you're going to sell off. You usually would see some sell side profit taking off that area. So if you're wanting to take a high risk trade, some closer dated put options here might be something that could work out. I don't know how much we're going to get a pullback, but what a bullish rip, guys. Pulled profits on my Rocket Labs RKLB, locking in just over 16% gain in one trading session. Boom. Profits secured on Rocket Labs, guys. 16% gain in one trading session. I will take that 7 days a week. Boom. Secured profits on Rocket Labs. Excellent. The market's going to give me a double digit 16% bounce. I'll take that every single day. All right, what else we got going on here? Let's see. Again, I wouldn't be surprised for a small pullback here, guys. Definitely some resistance if you're wanting to short. Just keep your stops tight, but definitely some resistance here. Again, I'm not chasing the gap up. I'm taking profits into the gap up, looking for a retrace. We've already taken profits off of SPY calls. We took booked profits on Rocket Lab. We also booked major profits on Data Vaults in the pre-market. So managing positions, selling into strength is always the key. We bought into weakness on Friday, and now we're selling into strength off of this gap up. So it's nothing too crazy, not rocket science here. What else do we have here? All right. Break even stop on Dash, guys. The rest of the half, that one's coming in. It's about to go negative on DoorDash, so just keep that position clean and tight. Tempest, our April calls. Let's see. 11:10. We'll let those keep running. Elf Beauty, guys, still acting quite well. Trying to make a move higher. Let's look at Dollar Tree here. That's had a nice move. All right, your S&P starting to come in a little bit. Definitely coming in. Palantir still strong. Wow, look at PLTR. Crazy. All right, guys, I'm taking my Elf Beauty off the table for a small loss. All right, I'm taking my Elf Beauty off the table for a small loss. I repeat. All right, so Just under 2% loss on Elf Beauty day trade shares. Stoic saying I took profits on SoFi. Nicely done, Stoic. Good stuff. So I'm all out of Elf Beauty. It's been a nice bounce. I'll look to reassess that one, but all out. All right. Yeah, look at that SoFi bounce up 6.5%. Let's look at Affirm because Affirm did have a good reaction. Yeah, look at that bounce on Affirm. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. All right, your S&P is still into that 618 level, not really pulling back at all, guys. Very impressive. Super impressive. Yeah, Webull wants to wipe out all of the retail. I mean, up 2.5% today. It's just a dog. Very disappointing in price action in Webull. It might take a little bit for that stock to catch its bid. It did have a bit of a failed breakout. So again, options, shorter dated options, they're cooking those names. And that's the problem is like, I did see a lot of FinTwit activity on Webull as well. It's unfortunate because I did think it had quite a bit of potential to move, but guess it's just living in the shadow of Robinhood. Seems to me that seems that's the case. UNH still trying to make a move. Plug Power, open door ripping. SoFi still ripping. Long on the SQQQ. Yeah, I think it's a good risk to reward. Again, I haven't entered a short, and usually I'm the first one to enter a short. I've just been managing my long positions. I'm still seeing names like Meta firming up here. SPX could still push to the 68.20 area, which is why I'm just a little hesitant pulling the short. But I do think that there is a short trade. I'm thinking about entering tomorrow puts on SPY, giving me a little bit more room to run. I'm looking at 678 puts. Yep, shorts are getting ripped this morning, and that's what I tried telling on the live stream on Friday. I said, don't be surprised. We're still in a raging bull market. Higher highs, higher lows. This could be setting up for the first lower high, but we haven't got the signal yet. Look at us rip above that 7-day, guys. Look at that SPX. Crazy move. Stunning move, actually. Very, very impressive. Very impressive. Data volt's gone negative. Come on, keep it going, S&P. I wouldn't mind to see it keep on going. Keep her going. Yep, the whole healthcare complex is weak, guys. Oscar tanking. Oscar is under a lot of pressure. OSCR getting slapped right now. So UNH, CNC, all under pressure, guys. Good morning, Ram. Hope you had a wonderful weekend. So again, you are running into that SPY 618 resistance. But here's the thing, guys. I don't think we're going to gap and crack today. I'd be shocked. What I think is going to happen is this first pullback is going to get gobbled up. So I think that on the SPX, we still have that upside target of around 68.21-ish. So this pullback, I don't know how big it's going to be, but the first pullback's going to get eaten up with force, guys. You still have Meta that can push higher. Tesla's back in filling a little bit. That could still push a little bit higher. Nvidia's still ripping. So it's been a wonderful morning already for myself. Taking profits on DataVolt in the pre-market. Look at this full-on reversal on DataVolt, guys. DVLT. This is why sometimes selling in the pre-market is the best thing. Buying and selling in the pre-market, you better know how to do that. We took profits at $1.99 in the pre-market. Look at that. And it's done a full round trip. I am no longer in that position, but that was crazy. Honestly, I don't even know what the news is on Oscar. I think Oscar needs to be cleansed. So I'm not too sure. If anyone has the news on Oscar, feel free to put it in the chat. But all I know is that there's been a weak amount of healthcare names underperforming. Probably some sort of Trump news. You know, Oscar, I still think has to go lower. Although there's coming into some support, you know, coming into a gap fill. There is a tradable level here on Oscar if we were to flush into this confluence zone, upsloping trend line, gap fill, getting oversold. So Oscar could work out here down into this area. I would trade it for a bit of a bounce, probably just common shares. All right, so this is now the first little pullback, guys, in the market. I think that you could look for SPY to retest 680. If you're conservative, I think 679 calls on SPY will probably work out today. Again, I would not be surprised to see this market get bid up again. That's for sure. Let's just see where we're pulling back from. Yeah, the rip's not over, guys, but we took profits. Rocket Labs banking 16%. SPY calls locked in massive gains there from Friday. Took profits on DataVolt this morning. It's been a wonderful trading session already, and we're only at 20 minutes in. Meta is still acting well. That's trying to push higher. Still have a lot of strength in this market. Palantir's just absolutely ripping, guys. Just a heads up, DoorDash did stop me out at break even, guys. I'm all out of that Dash trade, and I'm all out of ELF. So if you traded those names with us, I'm no longer in those names. Dash stopped me out at break even. Pared back the ELF trade for a just under 2% loss there. So considering I was down much, much more, nice bounce and recovery. All right, let's see how SPY wants to react. Again, you're above your 7-day moving average on your S&P 500. That is sitting at 676.86. You haven't even had a minimum Fibonacci retrace yet on SPX. Meta acting very, very well. Snapchat acting very well. Palantir still ripping. Grab is ripping. Drone stocks have pulled back. Open Door is ripping. Nvidia holding the majority of its gains. Google still ripping. Crypto has faded a little bit here. Natural gas gapped and cracked. That's to be expected. I still think it's a healthy pullback. VIX is still down 5.83. QQQ is still outperforming, guys, up 1.73%. SPY, the second leading index, up 1%. And IWM lagging a little bit. It's up 0.92%. So your Russell 2000 is coming in a little bit here. You got Amazon up 2.29, Microsoft up 1.38, Nvidia still holding up 3, Apple up 1.8, Google up 3, Meta up 1.4, Tesla up 1.3, but looking a little bit more bearish intraday. JP Morgan up 0.7. Eli Lilly is absolutely ripping here, guys, eating up the healthcare weakness. Gold still strong, up 2%. Dollar slightly green on the session. Yields are green on the session. Your dollar is trying to firm up here off of the lows. Since really the 820 candle, the dollar has made a nice move off of the lower 99 area, trying to push for that pre-market high at 99.67. We've got to watch for the dollar if it wants to keep trending. SPYs, this is healthy, guys. Again, we're already seeing that first pullback kind of being gobbled up in the market. I would not be surprised to see SPY and SPX push again for the highs and make a new high of day. I'm looking at maybe buying the SPX, well, SPY. If SPX retests this first fib, guys, I'm going to look at buying some SPY 679 calls. Yeah, MU is just a ridiculous beast. MU is just a monster. It just, day after day, it continues to surge here at 254, new all-time high there. Crazy, crazy stock. I don't know what they're doing to that thing, but it's just insanity. Insanity. Super expensive. But it just shows you. Hoping for a little bit more of a pullback, guys, and then I'm looking at SPY 0 DTE calls 679s. I want them back under $1. They briefly dipped under $1 there. Meta going for another high of day, guys. Meta is looking bullish right now. META, this stock, I like it a lot, guys. I like Meta a lot. It's looking pretty bullish down here. Let's quickly run through some of these other megas here. Tesla still just backing and filling, chopping around. Tesla's trying to break out of a range, but a lot of little hourly chart resistance there. Might need a little bit of time. Google acting extremely, extremely well. Nvidia still holding the majority of its gap up. Interesting. Let's look at the Russell here. Russell daily chart, guys, you can see it's lagging a little bit. Below it's 20, above it's 7. This is very mixed price action on the IWM. The IWM is not holding as well as your S&P and Qs. Again, I did briefly mention it in the member video regarding the structure on the IWM and where we're trading. It's a much different of a setup than your SPY and SPX, just based off of moving average convergence. Natural gas still down. Gold still up 2%, acting well. Mega cap tech is still ripping to the high side, guys. Natural gas stocks going through a little bit of selling this morning. Definitely some profits being secured in the tape today. I can see that, guys. Certain stocks have been faded. It's really your mega caps that are kind of holding the majority of this market higher. Snapchat's still acting quite well. I think Snapchat's going to push, try to break through this wide range red bar. If it can crack this earnings gap up high, guys, Snapchat is going to squeeze. So I'm excited to see what Snapchat does. That's for sure. All right, markets are still holding daily chart structure right into that 618 Fibonacci retrace zone. You have a little bit of resistance on the 4-hour chart trading at 679. SPY hourly chart resistance. There's really no hourly chart resistance until you get these pivot highs. So again, very, very bullish tape right now, guys. Extremely bullish tape. SPX ripping. So maybe that was the dip, guys, in the SPX. Maybe it's just going to trend now up until the 68.20 area. So we're looking at another $12 push here. Again, I never bought the dip. I was being a little bit conservative and looking for a tiny, but it looks like SPX is going to rip here. I wouldn't be shorting this just yet. I would not be shorting this market just yet. I mean, Tesla's starting to push. Nvidia's still pushing. Meta looking so bullish intraday. So just be careful with if you're trying to short this market. It's not into a shortable level yet. So wonderful profits secured for us. What else do we have? UNH. Let's take a peek at UNH on my other screen here. Are we buying the dip? MNDY. Let's see MNDY on my other screen. That stock is still trying to come in just a little bit. Apple looking great. Yeah, everything's looking great. Apple is looking good. Everything's looking good. Apple's looking good. Meta, Nvidia, Tesla, pretty much everything. All your mega caps are looking solid. Solid. Netflix, beast mode. So the next shortable level on SPY, guys, is right here at that 679.62. You have 4-hour chart, 20 moving average. So that's really your next level. That could correlate with the SPX at its high. I would still consider, if we don't take out the high and pull back a little more, I would consider buying some 679 SPY calls still, guys. I'm still watching them. I am watching them very closely here. I would love to get that pullback because I still think that that first pullback in the market is a decent risk to reward buying opportunity. You got a lot of traders that missed this bounce and they're now FOMOing, frothing at the mouth. You got shorts still covering. You got funds now having to chase. So you got that snowball effect, except the snowballs, instead of going down the hill, it's up the hill, right? So that's a powerful, powerful thing in the market, right? Where shorts have to cover and funds have to chase. Those two dynamics. Lenscart, one of the Indian glasses making company, made a NSE entry. Have a look. Lenscart, is that the ticker? Never heard of it. Yeah, so I mean, Lenscart solution. I personally won't be trading this one. Um, but LSC. Well, that's not the right one. LSE. Yeah, I'm not seeing it here, Ram. LSE? This Letion Energy Holding? Is that the ticker? LSE? What, this new, is it the new IPO here? Lenscart Solutions? It's 403? Yeah. Tough name for me to trade. I mean, tough name. All right. So NASDAQ still holding gains. Crude oil green, yields green, SPX ripping still. Google, Nvidia absolutely putting the market on its back. Tesla now starting to rip. MNDY catching another little bid. You've got the dollar starting to fade a little bit, so SPY's looking still very strong, guys. We are still trending here, guys. Market is in still full bull mode. On SPY, you're holding above a value area high, which it's now, this is approaching the 7th week of price action since we've bounced off of that. This volume shelf was 7 weeks ago. This value area high is from 7 weeks ago. So it's a pretty decent area. Your IWM is really faded from the highs, guys. So look at the divergence in SPY and small caps. So small caps getting absolutely faded here from the highs. Again, um, we'll see if that one wants to continue. Meta, guys, new high of day for Meta. Meta's trying to squeeze to the upside. I like it a lot. UNH. That one's still pushing. CNC. That one's still under a lot of pressure. Oscar. That one's still trickling down. So let it come lower. Let her come lower. But Meta's ripping, guys. Ethereum and crypto are getting sold into, guys. A little bit of an interesting divergence there. Could be telling us that some of that speculative liquidity is coming out of the market. So you are seeing crypto under some pressure. Gold still holding exceptional strength. Wow, PGY up 20%. Impressive. Oracle up 1.7 for Solar doing well. ARM doing well. Celsius still holding gains up 7%. SMCI bouncing today, that's up 3.6. Archer bouncing. So a little bit of selling coming into certain financials, guys. Just be careful about that. We are seeing XLF almost negative on the session. If we go through some of these financials, they are under a little bit of pressure. Bank of America, nice top wick distribution. JP Morgan, a nice, really big top wick distribution. Wells Fargo, actually negative on the session, guys. So you are seeing a little bit of distribution in financials, which could hurt the market a little bit. So keep your eye on financials. They are coming in a little bit. You can see regional banks have briefly dipped negative there. So that's one of the main reasons why the Russell has had a really sharp pullback. That's just a little bit of an intraday observance that people are once again piling into tech and selling financials a little bit. Okay. Nuclear stocks have gone negative. SMR down. Oklo seeing some sell side. Let's look at uranium here. Yeah, uranium coming in. Oklo again dipping. SMR dipping as well. Interesting. Very interesting. SPX is still holding some value up here, guys. I was hoping for a little bit more of a dip. We'll see if we can get it. Again, maybe they chop the market here. Again, it's tough to enter. I'm waiting personally. If I don't get the SPY to hit my 4-hour moving average, I'm not shorting. And if I don't get SPX to dip more, at least below 6,800, I'm not going long. So the trade was to accumulate on Friday. And I've taken a lot of profits already. So I'm just sitting pretty, waiting patiently. Gonna look for some sniper entries. Just scanning the market. Snapchat's still doing well. That's up 3%. Intel still doing well. Walmart's negative. Wow, XPEV having a solid day. That's up 12.7. Silver still standout performance up 3.4. Unity Software strong. That's up 7.2. Energy's weak. Consumer staples are weak. Some distribution in steel stocks. What else? Yeah, consumer staples are very weak. Healthcare still act very weak. So really it's your semiconductors and tech seeing continued buy-side pressure. QBTS strong on the session. That's up 6.3%. Interesting divergence between IONQ and QBTS and Rigetti. You have Rigetti up 2. QBTS just up over 6. And IONQ is down 1.97. Interesting. S&P is still very strong, guys. Very, very strong. Meta absolutely ripping here, guys. Meta is breaking out. I mean, I don't see resistance on Meta until we get to... There is some 7-day, but you've cleared that. You're a couple bucks over the 7-day. So really, I think Meta can squeeze all the way. I don't know if it'll squeeze today. It's certainly in the cards, but Meta could squeeze all the way to 644. That could happen today if we get a really bullish continuation. If not tomorrow, but Meta looking strong, guys. Very strong. Meta has broken out of its little bit of an hourly chart downtrend. I would like to see it maybe build a right shoulder, but wow, super strong. Impressive price action from Meta. All right, markets look like they're doing that quiet float and grind, guys. Quiet float and grind. Palantir's still a ripping here. Holy moly. BlackBerry's trying to get going as well. Serve Robotics. IWM still has some top wick distribution, guys. Your Russell's definitely looking a little bit less. Yep, Oscar getting crushed, Stoic saying. OSCR is getting crushed. And I have a long level on Oscar, guys. I do have a long level on Oscar. I got an alert set. It's coming up into that. It needs to go a little bit more. But I do have a nice scalping long opportunity on Oscar. But we'll just be patient with this one. It's a weak stock in a strong market. That's always a sign of relative weakness. And you could be very surprised as to how deep stocks can go when they're relatively weak compared to the market. But we got a nice area on Oscar coming up, guys. A really solid area. Gap fill, parallel channel, as well as this upsloping trend line. So I like it a lot. Let's just adjust this trend line. So we'll take it. Sub 15, we'll take it, guys. Let it drop. I'm watching it. I am watching it. All right, SPX is ripping. Maria saying, LOL, waiting for Meta for 680. Yeah, I think Meta is going to get to 680. You know, this might be the low for Meta for a long time, and then we could see Meta make a push back to all-time highs. We'll certainly see what happens here for Meta. But I like Meta. You know, there's been a lot of backlash off of its earnings report. Some people saying it was terrible, others saying it was okay. You know, really the big thing for Meta was that one-off CapEx spending, in my opinion, that caught the market off by surprise. But again, you think about what Zuck is doing. Zuck is super tight with Trump. Zuck is now leading the charge in wearables. You know, I was speaking to my optometrist, and there's big demand for the Ray-Ban glasses. That's still a huge consumer product. And you think about, you know, the market that Meta's trying to dominate, right? A big market. Meta's always kind of been that online software, kind of e-commerce sales. But now that they have a direct product to consumers, it's a big market. Don't underestimate the glasses and tech. And I think that it's only going to get better and better. But whenever a company branches off, you know, you look at what made Apple successful, right? Pretty much it's iPhone sales. Obviously, it's computers, big too, laptops, iPads, etc. But it's iPhone is its flagship. So if Meta can harness and develop these glasses to be their flagship product, I mean, the wearable market is a big, big market. It's a big, big market. All right, your S&P 500 guys still ripping. Still ripping here. Look at that move. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Yep, Tesla's moving to 450. Yeah, the whole market's very strong, guys. Whole market's very strong. The bull market dream is still alive and strong. QQQ almost up 2%, up 1.93. Russell trying to get back above 1%. Nvidia going for 4%. Google still up 3.2. Meta up 2. Tesla up 3. Apple up 1.6. I mean, mega cap tech land is just ripping, guys. Ripping. Absolutely ripping. Look at SPX going for another high of day. Rip it. Rip it, rip it, rip it, rip it. Come on, market. Give us a new high. Open door. Stunning move. Snapchat still ripping. Not really that positive price action in crypto, guys. That's really taking on the chin. IWM also getting faded still. Your dollar is trying to make a little bit of a push higher. Transport stocks are under pressure. Still some weakness in the tape. You are getting some red on the screen, but mega cap tech is kind of disguising things here. Looking at RSP, guys, take a look at that. Relative strength in the market is breaking down. There's quite a bit of selling under the hood of this market. Um, that's occurring today. RSP way underperforming SPY. RSP is up 0.1, SPY up over 1.3. So you can clearly see the resiliency in mega cap tech and how it is really keeping this market green. But definitely some selling under the hood. Quite interesting to observe for sure. Palantir up 8%. Wow. What a beast. IWM, guys, getting cooked. It's starting to fall here. I do think there's a short. I don't know if it's a 0DT. I think it's a 1 or 2 day short trade, guys. That's brewing in the market. And then after a 1 or 2 day pullback, we're probably going to charge back for all-time highs. But for now, we just sit back, guys. Again, I'm not looking at shorting unless we fulfill the upside SPX target or tap that 4-hour moving average on SPY. Just being patient. You have mega cap tech just holding steady, not really selling off at all. Some small caps and RSP stocks are selling off. Quite a bit more red starting to appear on the screen when you look at the market as a whole. Definitely some selling under the hood. Don't be surprised for a push and then an end of day sell-off. That would not shock me. Not shock me at all. Again, we took all of our SPY 675 calls off the table. We took our Data Vault position off the table. We took our Rocket Labs position off the table. Those are all the member trades. But right now, you got quite a bit of sector selling, guys. You got definitely some weakness under the hood. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sectors red. And the rest green. We're still seeing this market. Sunday night. Boom, 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 boom. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. IWM still selling here, guys. Crypto is still breaking down. Ethereum's negative. Bitcoin getting faded. IWM getting faded. Certain banking stocks are under pressure. Some transport stocks are under pressure. Interesting. Really, what I'm observing, if you're not in the XLK, XLC, or XLY, you're getting faded. All right, S&P is starting to get faded here. I'm still interested in some SPY calls, guys. But it needs to hit the level that I want. You know, I'd like to see it kind of retest this value area high again, or SPX to retrace to this fib. But I'm very interested in SPY 679 calls, but I want to see this market dip a little bit. I will enter a 0DT position a little bit lower. Look at all this theta burn, guys. Try to keep you away. But they are chopping. Chop, chop, chop. Like a sous chef. Fuck, I'm thinking about going to I should go take a morning nap. No, I'm kidding. But the move was to buy on Friday, guys. Gosh. GLTO up 370%. Holy moly. VERO up 51. MOVE move is up 140, guys. Oscar getting slapped, still down 13.83%. Break 15 bucks, Oscar. I would love to see you under 15. SoFi still up 6.45%. Nvidia ripping up 4.2. Nvidia going for 200 again. My oh my, Nvidia is full bull beast mode. Palantir is full beast mode. Holy moly. Open door, full bull. Pfizer down. Tesla bullish. Intel still up 2.2. AMD up 5.6. Grab is ripping up 7. QBTS trying to make a move. That's up 4.1. XPEV up 12. BBAI up 1.76. Let me check a couple other stocks here. Meta going for another new high of day. Interesting. It's up 4.45. It's had a hard fall as well, that ticker. Oof, look at that. I'd be very careful with dust as well. I'd be very careful. But, you know, I could see why you're getting interested. You're doing a nice healthy retrace. Um, Gold's tricky. Gold is tricky right now. You know, if we look at gold here, um, gold is trying to get above that neckline. And right now, gold is above that weekly bar. And it's also holding above the 20-day. I mean, there's some resistance here, but they could easily do a nice 1, 2, 3 bar surge. That's the only thing I'm hesitant about for gold right now. Is this is the first pullback from an all-time high. I could still see gold at least testing 41.33. If you look at if we look at where we're retesting on SPY, the setup is very similar on a technical basis, and this is why, pattern recognition is key because you look at SPY, right? Pullback from all-time high, pretty big pullback. Look where we bounced to, 618. Gold structurally set up the same way. Pullback from all-time high on gold, and if it mimics the S&P 500's price action, the 618 is all the way back up to 41.91. So just be very, very careful with dust. Okay? At minimum, I'm personally going to wait for the 50%, and that's not even a guaranteed short, on dust. So just be very careful. Miners are still printing huge amounts of money here. Huge. Especially with crude oil still staying somewhat weak down here. That's a high input cost that is driving up profit margins. Crude oil under 60 bucks. Miners love that. Absolutely love that. So it's still a tough short. All right, SPY still trying to push here, guys. SPX just consolidating in range. Dollar is trying to make a push. Nvidia still ripping. Oscar going lower. It's fine. IWM guys is getting some sell side pressure. New low of day for the Russell. So big divergence, guys, in small caps and SPY. Small caps are definitely selling here. Tesla just ripped higher. Mega caps are eating up the liquidity right now, guys. Absolutely eating up the liquidity. You do have the IWM coming into daily chart support. It's coming into your 7-day moving average at 243.28. So the Russell could get a bounce off of that 243.28 area. It's about 20 cents away from hitting 7-day moving average on the Russell. And if the Russell does bounce here, it's going to send this market higher too. I still think there could be a day trade long on the Russell, guys. 248, 243.29. If you want to buy the 7-day moving average, I do not object to that. You can keep your stop loss kind of tight, but 243.28 7-day MA on the Russell is looking pretty decent risk to reward. So the 7-day could be bought, guys. If you're wanting to try to take the Russell for a bit of a dead cat bounce, the Russell could get a really fat bid. That would not surprise me. Daily chart support coming up here on the IWM. You can also see there's some previous gaps here. So you had a bullish gap, you had a bearish gap. So there's definitely some support right into this 7MA. But I would let it try to pierce that area. Look at that SPX, guys, getting absolutely strong. Dollar is trying to break out, though. S&P still pushing well above 679, so anyone that entered 679 calls, absolutely ripping. They're trying to bounce that Russell. You can also see there's a massive volume shelf here on IWM, guys. Daily chart. Not a bad area. Not a bad area. SPY's still trying to push. SPX still trying to push. Your dollar is trying to break out here a little bit. Intraday, your dollar DXY is back above prior day highs, so maybe there might be a little bit of sell side pressure into gold. Really have to watch. It's only had a 10-minute close above the prior day high, so it needs to kind of confirm it a little bit on the larger time frame. Peter looking at XOM. Yeah, XOM trying to bounce here, guys. Getting a little bit of a buy program off of the lows. Could make a red to green reversal. Certainly a potential for that. WTI crude still a little bit weak, but also trying to get a little bit of a bounce off of the lows. Interesting. So that IWM, guys, is still coming into that 7-day moving average. It is a bit of an aggressive buy opportunity. If we look at things structurally here, that 7-day pierce will also kind of correlate with your first Fibonacci retrace zone. Let's see the daily retrace. Yeah, interesting. SPX is coming in just a touch here. SPY back under 670. All right, one of the reasons the market is seeing a little bit of selling is you have intraday guys. Your US dollar is trying to make a little bit of a push here. So that's one of the main reasons why the market is seeing a minor touch of selling. Minor. The market's still strong. SPX still has a higher price target. I'm still interested in buying some calls if we retest a little bit lower. Look at that Russell. That Russell's coming in. Dollar's starting to surge. Your DXY pushing. Look at that bounce. You just basically tapped that 7-day. You're coming into it right now. The low of that candle was 243.29. 7-day sitting at 243.27. So you came within 2 cents of the IWM 7-day, which is still a big area. See if they want to defend this IWM, guys. Piercing the 7-day moving average. You're officially tagging it. The IWM is hitting daily chart support. Now it's piercing it. Interesting. Very cool. Dollar's ripping to pre-market high again. Your dollar has a bit of a W formation, upside down Batman. They're knifing the Russell here. Your dollar index is starting to rip here. Look at this DXY breaking out intraday. Intraday, DXY is staging a bit of a W formation breakout, guys. It is currently above its prior day high, which you can see the S&P is as well, but a nice W formation if this can hold. Hasn't confirmed the breakout yet, but it's on watch, guys. That's why you're seeing a little bit of distribution. But remember, daily chart levels are bigger than intraday levels. And see, they are defending the IWM a little bit here. I'm still interested in SPY 679 calls, guys. I'm still super interested in SPY 679 calls. Zero DTs. Right now they're under $1, so they're getting cheaper. They're getting cheaper. That's for sure. Nice bull flag pattern on your 5 and 10-minute chart. Holding structure in the upper 25% range. Market is still very bullish, guys. Mega cap tech is just strong. I would be very careful fading it yet. We haven't gotten a fade signal. Although we've taken a lot of profits this morning on some of our longs. Rocket Labs, SPY calls, DataVolt, Dash, ELF. Market is still setting up, I think, for another push here. And especially because Anonymous went short. So Anonymous has a great track record of going inverse the market. The market makers always try to take his money. All right, Nvidia, guys, up 5%. Holy moly. Palantir up 8. Tesla up 3.86. AMD up 6.5. You already took profits and went long. All right, now it's time to go short. Anonymous is long. You better liquidate, guys. Everyone inverse Anonymous. Oscar, guys, below 15 bucks. Oscar is getting absolutely bludgeoned here. Oscar's coming into a scalping long level. Wow, Oscar is coming in, guys. I like it. Go, Oscar, go. Sub 15 bucks. You're getting intriguing down here. Oscar is getting intriguing, guys. Let it fall, baby. Come on, fall lower. Anonymous had 672 calls. I went from $1.82 to 60. Beautiful, Anonymous. Nicely done. Good stuff. You bought on Friday. Well done. Well done. That's what I like to hear, guys. Making profits. There's plenty of money in this market for all of us to make money. Need money? Think about upgrading your mom's plane ticket to business? Oh, nice. That's really sweet. You're gonna get it then, for sure. You'll get it. You'll get it. Whenever you're doing a nice thing for someone else, you'll do it. Does she have a long flight? You can see the IWM still drilling. 15 hours? Where the hell are you flying to? Australia or friggin' Japan or something? Holy moly. 15 hours? Jeez. Peter saying PZZA halted up. Yeah, what's happening with this? Papa John's, eh? Is the White House ordering? Is there a pizza party on a Monday? What the hell's happening? Buyout? Merger? What is happening? All right, we are seeing the markets coming in a little bit, guys. I am interested in buying this dip. I'm very interested. Have any idea how many hedge funds you're subsidizing? Yeah, I'm sure. Quite a bit, eh? All right, guys, I'm thinking about entering SPY calls. This is now the lower boundary range. I'm looking at 679 SPY calls. Come on, a little bit more of a dip, a little bit more of a dip. Come on, dip it, dip it, dip it. Market's seeing a little bit of selling here. You are getting some sell side pressure in mega cap tech and your IWM especially coming in hot. IWM is now tagging the 50-day moving average. 6,800 SPX psychological number. All right, guys, I'm long SPY 679 calls. I'm going to take it long here. 679 calls. High risk, but I'm long SPY 679 0DT at 75 cents. I'm going to keep a stop loss at 65 cents. So 10-cent risk. 10-cent risk. They are still selling a little bit. Trying to sweep that low pivot. Your IWM is still drilling through the 50-day. Come on, SPY. Don't drip me down. Here we go. Come on, SPY. Get back up there. Come on, markets. Dollar's still pushing. That's one of the main reasons we've sold off here. Still a lot of underlying strength in the market. We're basically just retesting the lower boundary range of this consolidation pattern, so there is a buyable level here. Why we're going long. Keeping a tight stop loss. You know, basically this is almost a 3-to-1 risk to reward setup. Looking for, 10 cents downside risk, which we're almost coming into that stop. Come on. Don't wick me out. Bounce it here. Come on, SPY, bounce it. IWM is bouncing off the 50-day, guys. Your dollar's still trying to squeeze above its pre-market high. Come on, S&P, defend this pullback. You're still bullish. Looks like a terrorist attack? On what? There's a terrorist attack? News? On the States? Alright, SPY's starting to come in a little bit, guys. All right, guys, I did get stopped out there for a small loss. Apologies about that. Small loss on SPY calls. The next tradable area is going to be down here on SPX around 67.93. So I did take a stop loss at 65 cents there. We are melting. So Ram saying a terrorist attack on India? A bombing or what? That's not good. Dollar is pushing here. And thanks for the news there, Ram. You're still above the daily chart levels on SPY. You're coming into a bit of an hourly chart support zone, as well as back testing this value area high. Nice 1 minute bullish engulfing. Damn, right back up. Dollar still acting well. All right, if you're wanting to take this long level here, you can use your stop loss below this green bar candle low. Nvidia is still selling off though, so just be careful. Meta's bouncing. Dollar's still ripping here, guys, so just be careful here. Could still go a little bit lower. The SPX is 1 minute SPY right now. I'm flipping between hourly and daily and 4 hour. So, but SPX is 1 minute. It's very short time. Pizza acquisition news. Thank you. Guys, Nvidia is still dumping here. Who's buying pizza? Who's buying them? Domino's? Is it DPZ? Whoops. Just drop that. Is it DPZ? Wow, look at them dump that SPY. Oof. Nasty sell program, guys. Nasty. Nvidia really getting hit here. Alright, guys. I'm going to try to stab SPY on the long side again. 61 cent fill on the 679 calls. Markets are still dumping here. Coming under some significant pressure. We're chart support here, but the Russell SPY dollars breaking to the high side here. That's one of the main reasons this market is trying to surge to the downside here. Yeah, Nvidia is now backtesting its intraday 10-minute chart support again. I am long SPY again. I'm trying to take it for a bit of a bounce here. Back in the 679 calls at 61 cents. My risk again is going to be 10 cents, so stop will be 51 cents. So again, risking another 10 cents on the trade. It could easily come down a little bit more. So again, we had that first bullish hourly candle. This is now your second hourly candle forming, and we've had a nice little sell program into it. I still think these markets can push back to the highs, but the dollar right now is the only concerning aspect for the market. Meta has softened up. A lot of stocks are still turning red on the screen. You're hitting a little bit of chart support. You could still come into this Fibonacci area. Oof, nasty fall there, guys. Nasty fall. Yikes. They are drilling this market lower, guys. That was filthy. That was friggin' filthy. The stop loss was tagged off of that drip there. Holy moly. Nasty drop there, guys. Nasty. That dollar ripping. IWM losing steam. Looks like they might be gapping and cracking. They might try to gap and crack this market here. Wow. Hard sell. Pre-market low nearby. Thank you. Yep. That's a nasty fall, guys. Hard rejection. You're still holding daily chart level on SPY. You can now see we're coming into that daily chart area. Again, I did get stopped out for another loss, so 2 losses on the scalping side. Each loss was 10 cents. 200 bucks there on each trade. $100 on each trade, 200 total. But they are knifing that S&P. Look at SPY now coming in. That's crazy drop. Hard selling in your S&P 500. A lot of stocks turned red. You're even knifing below the 7-day on SPY right now, guys. So there's a little bit of an area if you're wanting to try to take it on the long side again. It's super risky. That was a nasty dump. Wow. I didn't think the sell-off was going to come this early in the morning. I thought it was going to be an afternoon sell-off. But nasty little profit taking. Really, I don't see any buying level in SPY now until we get down to 675.43. That's at 50%. You might get a touch of a bounce, create a bit of a bear flag, bounce back to 67.90-ish on SPX, but it's a hard dump. Hard dump. They could drill this market down. You'll have a little bit of support probably at this 1-minute EMA. It's a nice little 382 on SPX. Here comes the buying program. Meta still falling, Nvidia falling, Russell still underneath the 50-day. Shutdown news. Natural gas is climbing back to the positive side. Gold is still strong, crude oil green, Bitcoin just getting sold into almost negative with Ethereum. IWM only up 0.45%. Markets are trying to stabilize at that daily chart support level. But again, we could be going through something like this, guys, where we had a big bounce, then a big gap up. Now we're getting faded, and look what they did here. They faded this market so deeply negative off of this candle down here, and then had a huge bounce. So some lotto puts, imagine we hit 670. I'm going to see what these 671s are worth. Maybe I'll take a little bit of a lotto put on the downside after we kind of stabilize here. 21 cents, guys, on the put side for 671.0. NVO was such a mistake. Yeah. I might look at some lotto SPY puts, guys, to fill the gap. 671. It's a long shot, so just keep that in mind. I'm going to see how we settle out here. Ram saying, which EMA are you using on SPX? That's the 113. EMA 113. Anonymous saying, YouTube blocked my previous text. Trump announces $2,000 will be paid for with tariff revenue. Yeah, that came out over the weekend, the tariff news, and that's actually very stimulative. That's actually, if the US is getting stimulus checks, the majority of the population, that's very, very, one, inflationary, two, it should help stocks and equities. $2,000 stimulus check ahead of that seasonality Christmas period probably stimulates the economy a little bit. Consumer discretionary stocks, I would have to um, think that it catches a really big bid. As I did issue another alert to the live trading group. It's a bit of a lotto trade. Dollar, guys, is still spiking to the high side here. Your DXY still spiking to the high side. SPX and SPY are cracking here, guys. IWM has already cracked a little bit. A lot of stocks are turning red on the tape. Nasty fall, guys. Nasty little fall. 1 minute chart support. If this area doesn't hold, we got a pretty sharp fall that could occur. You've now entered that gap window. I mean, things could get ugly. If we don't hold this area, things could get really ugly. We are falling, falling for you. Yep, SPY cracking. SPY is cracking. Yep, the whole market's nosediving here, guys. Nasty sell-off coming into play. Nasty little sell coming into the picture. Again, there should be a little bit of a bounce on your S&P. Look at that. It's a hard sell program, guys. Very, very big sell. This is why we took profits on our SPY calls. Getting an alert on Dell now. DELL. Dell is, yeah, Dell's knifing. Full on red to green reversal. Sorry, green to red. 7 and 20 bearish crossover. See, this is where we get to, in a very interesting phase in the market, guys, because this is where the market is going to be so mixed, because now you're entering the phase where you've done a nice bounce, you've retested a major area, you're kind of 50% off of the lows, 50% off the highs, and the question is that all market participants are going to ask themselves, is this a lower high being created in the market? And if it is, we got a lot of downside. This is why things get so, I guess, volatile in this range here, because there's a lot of people that are bullish and think we're pressing to all-time highs again, which is certainly a plausible thesis. And then there's also the traders that think, oh my goodness, what if this turns out to be a lower high forming that head and shoulders? So you're going to have a lot of whipsaw in this region. Just as a heads up. It could be a lower high. I don't have a question. I don't have an 8 ball to tell the future, but we'll see. Not good price action so far. Off that major fib level, if you shorted that 618, you're sitting pretty. On my 30, Graham saying on my 30-minute chart, 65% chance of SPY going red. I sent those long back. We'll see. It could happen. QQQ have lost the open. Well, we'll see what happens here, guys. It's a nice pullback. Definitely gonna have some buy the dip. It's not all said and done, right? But we are into the gap window, so there's always a chance. There's always a chance now that they want to push us lower. You're below the 7 MA on your SPY briefly. You know this market is full of major liquidity sweeps and traps. Nvidia still holding bullish structure, up 3.64% on the session. Your IWM still below your 50-day. Your dollar index is still trying to squeeze higher. What's really interesting is gold had a small pullback off of the highs, but still holding the majority of its gains, even though the dollar is trying to rip. And the dollar has confirmed an intraday breakout, guys. So the US dollar has confirmed a 10-minute chart breakout pattern, which does send it back above $100. New lows on the S&P, new lows, guys. Looks like they're gonna, if we don't defend this SPY Fibonacci level here, guys, this 50%, we're going down to the 20-day. That's your next big support on SPY. 20-day is at 674.31. That's some hard selling coming into the picture. Chop it down. Chop it down. Crude oil gone positive again, back to the negative. Natural gas back to the positive side. Got a lot of stocks turning red, guys. IWM had that initial sell-off early on. Now it's kind of stabilizing a little bit. We do have some hourly chart support here on SPY coming up. SPX is still a little bit weak. Big gains on the S&P 500. So they are trying to defend that 7-day on SPY. Still below it, but trying to get back above it. We'll see if they can push us. That was still a decent pullback in the market. Still have mega cap strength. Apple gave up a lot of its gains. Tesla, Nvidia still holding quite steady. Meta's pulled back. Google's still holding some value. Amazon's pulled back, but really Apple gave up quite a bit. Stoic saying, I'm glad I took most profits. The market is going right back to crabs. We'll see, right? We'll see. Just remember the larger time frame is still intact. I mean, I'm glad I took my calls off the table as well, my SPY calls, and Data Vault and Rocket Labs. You know, Rocket Labs I believe went negative. Yeah, it went negative. Again, Data Vault went negative after Data Vault was up 20% in the pre-market. It's now down 3. It's crazy. Dash went back to the dark side. But again, you still have strength in this market. Don't think we're just gonna drill right back down. There's no guarantee. Obviously, we've hit it. We've had a really big move in 2 days, so you're seeing a lot of digestion. I would love to see the market fill the gap down below, kind of backtest this breakout trend line. Remember, as long as we stay above this area on SPY, let me make this a little bit bigger. So as long as we stay above this neckline, SPY could still push to 692. This little downsloping trend line. The upside target we never fulfilled at 692 and change. But again, I still think we're structurally set up kind of in this phase of the market. It's very similar, I think, to what we're doing, where you had a big bounce, gap up, sell off. That took us negative, then a big bounce into the end of the day. And then you can see the following day, also another chop slop day. And then a big ripper. So this is similarly, I think, set up. Just where we are based off of moving averages and whatnot. Very similar, I think. A lot of chop. This was so choppy, guys. You know, gap up, sell off. Then we had a gap down, big buy program, reversal. Then you gap down again, big buy program. So people got chopped up here. And that's what market makers like to do. They like to chop price action around for a few days before they either give us a big move, a directional move, right? Your big directional move was eventually up, but the directional move could easily be down. We don't know yet. Still some interesting pockets of strength, but a lot of stocks got faded, guys. A lot. All right, 11:14, guys. I am going to take a bit of an early lunch. I'm still going to be scanning here, just doing some analysis. Again, unless something major happens here, you know, I'm not looking to day trade anything until if we got a flush lower on SPY or if we got a big pop, that would be the only real way for me to get interested on an indice trade. I did send out a little bit of an alert to the live trading group. It's a bit of a lotto on SPY. We'll see what happens here. But nice profits on the swing trading side if you were able to secure some today. And we just need more time, guys. We need more time to settle out and see where this market goes. There's no real pattern that's developed yet. There could be the start, guys, on the hourly chart of SPY. Maybe an inverse head and shoulders. You got a left shoulder here. You've got a head. This could be the start of a right shoulder, right? We don't have the full pattern developed yet. But you always kind of want to be thinking, a couple steps ahead. What are the potential patterns? Obviously, the hourly chart is still holding some bullish structure. The daily chart, I would like to see the S&P reclaim that 7-day moving average. That's a big daily chart level, but still a very choppy range in between this 7 and 20. That's exactly what should be happening in this range, as the market makers are luring people in on both sides of the trade. You got a lot of people piling long to try to send this to all-time highs. You got a lot of people piling short to try to create that breakdown pattern again. So we will see what happens. The one positive intraday, guys, is your dollar is getting faded. So the dollar getting rejected off its pre-market high, that should be positive for the indices. Okay? And the IWM is bounced, recapturing its 50-day. So your IWM sold off early while SPY held steady. Now the IWM is bouncing early, so we'll see if this market can run it back up. We're looking a little bit dicey here on SPY, bit of an H pattern potentially playing out on your intraday SPX chart. SPY still getting rejected off that 7-day MA, not looking too good. If we take out this low on SPX, guys, we're gonna drill probably down to 67.57 on SPX. You know, this is a big hourly chart level for your SPY. You can see you're trying to defend that hourly EMA 113. So it needs to hold this vicinity. So Stoic asking about Oscar. What's my take? Oscar's broken, guys. Weekly chart pattern is broken. The stock's going to go much, much lower. I could see it going back to 10 bucks, 11. There's a lot of pivot points along the way, so there will get bounces. But you look at what happened with Oscar here. And this is an M-top formation, failed breakout, guys. So this is a failed breakout on the weekly chart of Oscar. Not a healthy pattern. Even if you look at this inverted head and shoulders pattern that was forming, Oscar has failed. Oscar was breaking out here of an inverse, which was going to send it all the way up to about 29. Now, if we extrapolate that forward, that pattern, basically Oscar broke down on this red bar candle here. So Oscar 1050, just using a symmetrical move, Oscar wants to go to 1050. Again, it's not going to head there tomorrow or in a week. We're talking about still another 27% down. And believe it or not, I am eyeing it up for a day trade scalp today. Nice big area here. It's a really big area. You got the parallel channel, gap fill on the daily, upsloping trend line of support. Do we have any other fib? Whoops, no, I don't want that. I don't want that. What the hell am I doing here? I don't want that tool. Yeah, look at that area coming up on Oscar. So it might even want to drill to 1427, guys. But I wouldn't touch Oscar yet. 10 to 12 is my entry price, long-term hold. Yeah, I think accumulating at 12 with the understanding in mind that $10 it can fall to is a pretty decent risk to reward. This is another one that's just been, what's the right word? It's just had so much attention on FinTwit, which is retail, right? So, not a healthy sign. If anything jumps on, anything crazy happens, and I see a trade setup, I'll let you know. Still eyeing up Oscar for a long. But other than that, I mean, they're kind of just burning theta here. You are creating a bit of a bear flag intraday. If you can break above this high pivot spike, SPX can trend. If you break below this pattern, then I mean, look out below. Your point of control in SPX is sitting here at 67.43. SPY point of control for the last 7 weeks is sitting down here at 664. Gap fill, obviously 671 area. Don't be surprised for a lot of chop and slop theta burning. You're going to probably get big moves up, big moves down. That's just the structure that we're set up in. Again, just let the markets do their thing. I don't think there's any reason to aggressively trade today. The bounce setup was on Thursday, Friday, accumulation. But continue to watch that dollar, guys. The DXY trying to hold above prior day high. If the dollar melts back below prior day high, this market could catch a bid. Right now, it's getting rejected off its pre-market high. So we'll see what happens with the DXY. Couple positives for the market is your dollar getting faded, two, nat gas and crude oil softening a bit. All right, and IWM is back above its 7-day moving average, so that's bouncing quite nicely. IWM showing a little bit more resiliency here. Okay. Ram saying 3-year note auction. Yep, at 1 o'clock. That's right. WASD report coming up as well. Yep. Yep, we got that data as well. You can see it's up here. Your dollar's starting to rip again, guys. DXY is starting to make a move again. If it takes out the highs, expect the S&P to probably test the lows. We'll see. The positive is Nvidia stabilizing, showing a nice bounce. Full beast mode, squeezing, squeeze it higher. Gosh, it's crazy how fast we can bounce. Video ripping. Yeah, I think there's a good risk reward for puts. And I wouldn't be surprised for a gap down tomorrow and then a buying program, more volatility. So we'll see what happens though. It's been a nice, tremendous bounce off of the lows. So it does look like they want to push SPY into the gap already. It's pretty phenomenal how quickly we've bounced. I mean, to think we were down 4% from the highs on Friday, now we're down like 1%. Crazy. Crazy market price action. Gotta love it. Still a lot of weakness out there. I mean, we look at RSP daily chart. Um, Actually, that started to firm up here too. Hmm, interesting. Interesting. We've gone higher than I thought today. Although I was expecting a bullish bounce and we were positioned for that, we've gone higher in the market than I expected in one fell swoop. Jeez, imagine they do a 1, 2, 3 bar surge into new all-time high. That would be insane. V-shaped recovery and bounce. This is what it looks like when you blow the shorts out. Bang. Just a complete squeeze. This is what's going on. This is a squeeze. Short squeeze for sure. All right. For gas continuing to perk up again. Snapchat still having a really stellar day. Open door, guys. Stellar day for open door. Rivian strong. SoFi up 9.6. Big Bear AI. That'll be interesting earnings report after the bell, guys. Gold back 41.13 and ripping. So Rocket Labs is set to report at 4:15. Again, this company still burns a lot of cash, guys. Revenue estimate is 151 million. EPS is negative 10 cents. Praying for a dip. CoreWeave reports at 4:05. You got a lot of the cash burning, high flying stocks reporting. Rigetti reports at 4:05. Again, still a negative EPS estimate of 4 cents. ASTS, guys, reports right at 4 o'clock. That'll be an interesting one. Very curious. Big Bear AI, again, another speculative name. Revenue estimate is 31.54 million. EPS negative 0.7 cents. That's at 4:15. Oxy, so you have some energy stocks reporting after hours. TerraWolf also reporting right at 4 o'clock. Plug Power reporting 401. MVST reports at 5. Beyond Meat, anyone taking any BYND SPAC lottos? Let's see what BYND is doing. $1.40. What a dog shit company. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. This SPY bounce and SPX is crazy. Wow. Super strong. I mean, we fulfilled my upside target and then some. Crazy, crazy, crazy. This is what FOMO looks like. This is what FOMO. Good count IWM. Yeah, IWM is just trading and hasn't performed as well as SPY. It's still strong, but uh, it's had a nice move. It could go a little bit higher, but definitely some resistance here. Maybe it wants to tap the 20-day moving averages at 245.83, but we'll see what happens. TDW also reporting, so Tidewater, that's at 4:15. GEMI 4:05 reporting. Chegg is reporting 4:05. So again, a lot of speculative companies. Ooh, guys, Oscar giving me an alert right now. OSCR coming into a scalp long level that I've been waiting for. Very interesting. The question is, do I want it down here? Do I want it down here? Perhaps a little bit lower. Massive trend line. Made a new low of day there. A little bit lower, Oscar. Down 16.9% on OSCR. That's a filthy, filthy decline for sure. Nastiness across the board. Nope. Oscar. Hello. Hello. Is it me you're looking for? I've been seeing the lights. Do 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 do. Hello. Just give me a sec, guys. Sorry about that, guys. I had an impromptu visit. Someone was so kind to bring me a nice little Starbucks latte on this cold winter day here in Canada. But nevertheless, nice little sell program, especially observed on the IWM. Good to see the Russell 2000 getting slapped down a little bit here, a little bit of de-risking probably ahead of the earnings that are set to take place after hours. You got a lot of those small, highly speculative companies reporting. Big Bear AI, Quantum Stocks, Rocket Labs, ASTS, CoreWeave, Rigetti, Oxy, TeraWolf, Beyond Meat. So a lot of companies that could influence the Russell 2000. But again, nevertheless, it was a really solid day in the market for us. We obviously swung a decent amount of SPY calls, DataVolt, and Rocket Labs, and we took full profits on our SPY call options. Deep in the money. So structurally, I have the markets had a ferocious bounce. They absolutely have. Are we a little bit extended intraday? We are. Can the markets push a little bit higher? They could. Um, but I would love to see a gap down tomorrow back into the 7-day. That would be a potential little buying opportunity. Gold remarkably strong, up 2.8. Nat gas still strong, up 1.5. Crude oil's made a nice move. Bitcoin back up 1.2. It's going to be interesting to see what these quantum stocks do, guys. After hours, Rigetti is your big boy. We'll see if these quantum names can show a little bit of resiliency. Again, they're still burning cash. So it matters. It really comes down to how much cash are they set to burn off of these earnings reports. All right, guys. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. We will see you all on the charts just a little bit later tomorrow. Oh, actually, scratch that. I will be on tomorrow, but I have a little bit of a Remembrance Day ceremony that I'm going to put on by the. So, anyways, I'm going to a remembrance ceremony, providing the weather is good. So I'll probably be leaving a little bit earlier on the stream and then be back for the afternoon session. But nevertheless, great job trading today, guys. We will see you on the charts a little bit later. Take it easy. Cheers, cheers.